Alright, aloha. So the plan, obviously for today, we'll have the LeetCode, we're going to try and do a dynamic programming LeetCode problem, because I feel like that's probably going to be important, and I feel like if I don't do it, the chances that I come up with a question and me shooting myself in the foot by not having done a question is going to kill me. So I'm going to do a LeetCode problem that is dynamic programming. I'm going to next possibly write a few story bank questions. The problem is I also got to finish an assignment. Ideally, hopefully I could finish it before lunch. That's my goal. And then the rest of the day I can, do some more work that is related to the interview prep as well. So we'll see how we go. But first, we will go to monkey type and do just a quick warm up of the fingers. String. Okay. This is starting to wobble a little bit. Let me adjust this. Okay, yeah, okay, we're good. Alright, LeetCode. Looking at a dynamic programming problem. Perhaps. Activity watch, updates, doesn't really matter to me. Okay, LeetCode, practice. We're looking at wanting to do a DP problem here, right? And just so I know, what it means to do a DP problem. It's gonna kill me not knowing what intervals is as well. So, I want to try something like that as well. Maybe I can consider doing blind 75 questions here. A 2D dynamic programming problem. Okay, climbing stairs. Regardless. So this is a 1D DP. You're given an integer n representing the number of steps to reach the top of a staircase. You can climb with either 1 or 2 steps at a time. Return the number of distinct ways to climb to the top of the staircase. 2, you can climb with 1 or 2 steps at a time. There are 2 distinct ways by climbing 1 step at a time or 2 steps at a time. Yeah, and 3 would be 1 plus 1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, or 2 plus 1. Okay. How would you actually do this? I actually wouldn't have a clue, but, there are hints that I can check on LeetCode directly. To reach the end step, what could have been your previous steps? Step size 1 and 2 could be 1. Okay, you're climbing a staircase. It takes n steps to reach the top. This is the same 2 examples. So it's specifically the wording here that we gotta be careful of. So to reach the nth step, what could have been your previous steps? Think about the size. Think about the step sizes. No. Why do I feel like this is breadth first search? There's breadth first search involvement. It almost feels like a backtracking problem. Instead of saying sum, no, I think we should check here. So 1DDP, tree maze, Fibonacci sequence. Okay, so if n is less than or equal to 3, then you know to return n. Sure, right? Nothing here is recursive, so I see. So n1 and n2, 2 and 3. Oh, that's where you start, I'm guessing. Range of 4 to n plus 1. Interesting. And return n2. Okay, 18 minutes, we'll
Hey everyone,
do this.
welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. So today let's solve climbing stairs. So this is going to be another dynamic programming problem, and this is definitely more on the easy side, definitely compared to some of the really hard dynamic programming problems that we've been solving recently. But I still think that this is a good problem to really understand the fundamentals, understand, the brute force, and taking that brute force, using memoization, and then of course getting the true dynamic programming solution. And by the way, if you don't already know, we have been tracking a list of blind 75 questions on this spreadsheet. So today we're going to be solving this dynamic programming one, the climbing stairs problem. So I will be adding the solution once this video is uploaded. And the link will be in the description if you do want to take a look at this sheet. So the problem statement is pretty simple. We're climbing a staircase and it's going to take us n steps to reach the top of the staircase. Every time we take a step, we have two choices of how we can take a step. We can either just take one single step, or we can take two steps at once. And all we want to know is how many different ways can we get to the top of the staircase. So let's look at the first example, n equals 2. That means we need to climb 2 steps. So we could draw the picture kind of like this, right? So let's say we start over here, right? This is step 0, basically, when we haven't climbed anything. Our goal is to get up here, which clearly is 2 steps, right? So starting from here, we know we can make two choices, right? We can take one step and that would land us over here, or we could take 2 steps and that would land us over here. So already we're seeing one way is to just take 2 steps, right? That's what this path would take us, right? That's one way we could reach the goal, right? Just taking 2 steps at once. Now, if we ended up taking 1 step, then we would be at this position. So from here, we would have that same exact choice, right? We can take 1 step, or we can take 2 steps. Now, clearly, if we take 2 steps, we've gone too far, right? We were only trying to climb 2 steps total, but if we, end up over here, then, that's not going to count as a path, right? So that would not count. But as you can see, if we took 1 step initially, then we could take another single step, and that would be another way. So either this is one way we could reach 2 steps, or we could just take a single double step, right? So clearly there are 2 different ways we could climb the staircase, and that's also the result of this problem, and they basically explain it over here. So let's look at the second example, which is basically if we were climbing 3 steps instead of 2, right? So let's look at the drawing. So once again, we're going to do the exact same thing that we did, right? From here, we could take 1 step, or we could take 2 steps, right? And so far, we'd get here. But remember, our goal is to climb 3 steps, so let's continue. So from here, we could take 1 step, which would land us at the result, or we could take 2 steps, which would get us out of bounds, right? That's not what we want to do. So far we have found one way to get us to the result. But let's continue that from over here. Again, we can take a single step, which would get us over here, or we can take 2 steps, which would get us at the result. So now we found 2 different ways we can get to the last step. And lastly, we still have a path to continue, right? We got here by taking 1 step and then taking another single step. So here we have 2 choices: take 1 step, get to the result, or take 2 steps and get out of bounds. So in the end, we see that there were 3 different ways we were able to get to this last step. As you can see, this is getting really hard to visualize with a single staircase. A more easy way would be to get a decision tree to visualize. And at every decision, remember, we can take 1 step or we can take 2 steps. So let's try to visualize the problem like that and see if we can notice any patterns. So let's say we're given n equals 5. We're trying to climb 5 steps. So we can consider, just like the previous drawing, that we're starting at step 0 and our goal is to get to step 5. Now remember, at every given point, we have 2 decisions to make. We can climb 1 step or we can climb 2 steps, right? And depending on the decision that we make, each of these is going to lead to a different path we can take to get to the result. And remember, all we're trying to do is count the number of ways we can get to that result. So in this decision tree, we're going to keep making 2 decisions at every step, and at the end, we're going to count how many different ways were we able to get to 5 steps reached. So we can get to step 1 and we can get to step 2.
Yeah, so is this not a backtracking decision tree problem?
We can take 1 step, which would get us to 2. We can take 2 steps, get us to 3. And similar here, we can take 1 step, get us to 3. 2 steps, get us to 4. From here, we can also take 1 step, get us to 3. 2 steps, get us to 4. 1 step, get us to 4. 2 steps, get us to 5. Now here, we can see that we reached the result, right? N equals 5. So this is our first path that we could reach to get us to the result, right? You can see we took 1 step, then we took 2 steps, then we took another 2 steps. So this is our result. Once we get to it, that's our base case, right? We're going to solve this recursively, right? That's pretty much what we're doing. This decision tree is basically recursion, and this is our base case. We wouldn't want to continue if we got here. So here we would return 1. We found 1 way to get to the result. But for the remaining paths, let's continue. So here we could take 1 step or 2. That'd get us to 4. This would get us to 5. So you can see once again, we found another way we can get to the result. So far we have 2 different paths that can lead us to step 5. And here, let's do the same thing. If we take 1 step, we get to 5. That's the result. If we take 2 steps, we get to 6. That means we overshot, right? We went too far. This is another base case. If this number of steps ever exceeds 5, then we're going to return 0, right? We found 0 ways from this path that can reach the result. So now let's continue. Over here, again, we take 1 step or 2, so we'll get to 4 or 5, another path that leads us to the result. And here we can also take 1 step or 2, which would get us 5 or 6. Similarly over here, right? This is another 4, so the exact same thing is going to happen. Do you start to see we're repeating the exact same problem multiple times? How can we better solve this problem knowing that? So now we have another 4. We're just going to repeat the exact same thing that we just did before, right? Take 1 step or 2. We know we're going to get to a 5, and we know we're going to get to a 6. So you can see every path led to the base case except for this last one. So let's complete this. We can take 1 step, which would get 5, or 2 steps, 6. Okay, so now our entire decision tree is complete. So what's the result going to be? Remember, red means we're going to return 0. Green means we're going to return 1. So let's just count the number of greens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there were 8 different paths from the beginning that could reach step 5. But remember, since we started here, we were asking how many different ways starting at 0 can we get to 5? And then we got to a subproblem. We got to a subproblem of starting at step 1, how many ways can we reach 5? From this decision tree alone, we see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ways we can reach the result. And down 2, if we're starting at step 2, there's 3 different ways we can reach the result. Now, if you solve the problem like this, basically using recursion, and you could probably do it with depth first search, because this is basically a tree, and what would be the time complexity of that? Well, clearly, you can see that we have 2 decisions each time, so it's going to be 2 to the power of the height of this tree. What's the height going to be? It's going to be roughly n equals 5, right? You can see that this is going to be the longest path, so that's roughly the height. So the overall time complexity is going to be 2 to the power of n. That's not super efficient, but you can see here, we're repeating the same problem multiple times, right? When we get over here, we're asking how many different ways, starting from 2, can we get to 5, right? And down in this decision tree, we found, yes, there were 3 different ways, right? So then when we get over here, why do we have to recompute the exact same thing? Take a look at these 2 purple blocks I just drew. Notice how this decision tree looks the exact same as this one, because in both cases, we're solving the exact same subproblem, and since we're doing it depth first search, this one is going to be solved first, right? So if we solve this entire problem, what we said was, okay, we found out starting at step 2, there were 3 different ways to get to step 5. So when we get here, why don't we just take that result, store it in memory, store it in DP, or basically this is a cache, right? We're storing it in memory, so then when we get here, we can just say we already know the result of this, meaning that we don't need to draw out the entire decision tree. We're just going to skip that altogether. We're not going to draw this, we're not going to draw that, and we're not going to draw any levels of this tree. So as you can see, I'm eliminating all that repeated work by saving that solution. But that's not all. Right, we see over here we're asking a different subproblem starting at step 3. How many different ways can we get to n equals 5? Well, in this case it was 2 different ways, right? Notice how this decision tree is the exact same over here, because here we're asking that same question starting at step 3, what's the number of ways? And since we're doing this depth first search, this one is going to end up being computed before this one. So when we get here, we can just say we already know the answer is 2, so we don't need to run through the entire decision tree again. So in this case as well, we can eliminate that repeated work. So I'm just going to cross this entire thing out. And we're not done yet. See over here, we're asking starting at step 4, how many ways can we get to 5? That same problem is over here. Notice how they have the exact same decision tree. This one is going to be computed first because we're doing depth first search. So once again, let's eliminate this repeated work. So now you can see when we do eliminate all that repeated work, this is what our decision tree ends up looking like. And this is roughly O of n. This is linear time solution. Reason being, we're only solving each subproblem once, right? So we know that the first subproblem, the original problem is starting at 0. Then we get a subproblem of 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 5, which is our base case, right? So each of these subproblems is just being solved once. N is 5, so overall the time complexity is big O of n. And this is basically the dynamic programming solution where we are caching the result, aka memoization. So we're using memoization. But this problem can actually be solved with a true dynamic programming solution. As you can see, starting at the result, the result of 0 depends on the subproblem, this one, right? And this subproblem depends on another subproblem, which depends on another subproblem, which depends on another subproblem, which depends on our base case. So why don't we start at the bottom, solve the base case, and then work our way up to the original problem at 0, right? Why don't we start at the bottom, work our way up? This is called a bottom-up. This is called a bottom-up dynamic programming approach. So that's what I'm going to show you. We're going to start at the base case and then work our way up. So remember, we're starting at position 0, and our goal is to get to the 5th step, right? Each time we can take 1 step or we can take 2 steps, right? So I'm going to be storing our result in an array called DP. So we're going to have a position in DP all the way from index 0 all the way up to index n, which is going to be our input value, remember? So remember, we're at the base case initially, right? What's the base case going to be? Well, at the last step, if we start here, how many different ways can we land here? Well, that's just going to be 1, right? That's our default value. So now that we solved that, we are able to solve this one, right? Because remember, this problem depends on the subproblem of this. So from here, let's say we're starting here, we can take 1 step, which lands us at the problem, work our way up. to the can actually be solved with a true dynamic programming solution. As you can see, starting at the result, the result of 0 depends on the subproblem, this one, right? And this subproblem depends on another subproblem, which depends on another subproblem, which depends on another subproblem, which depends on our base case. So why don't we start at the bottom, solve the base case, and then work our way up to the original problem at 0, right? Why don't we start at the bottom, work our way up? This is called a bottom-up. This is called a bottom-up dynamic programming approach. So that's what I'm going to show you. We're going to start at the base case and then work our way up. So remember, we're starting at position 0, and our goal is to get to the 5th step, right? Each time we can take 1 step or we can take 2 steps, right?
Connor asks, is LeetCode free to use? Yeah, it is, 100%. Everything that I do on LeetCode is free. This is all just YouTube videos, you know, collated into his website. Bottom up DP, maybe.
So I'm going to be storing our result in an array called DP. So we're going to have a position in DP all the way from index 0 all the way up to index n, which is going to be our input value, remember? So remember, we're at the base case initially, right? What's the base case going to be? Well, at the last step, if we start here, how many different ways can we land here? Well, that's just going to be 1, right? That's our default value. So now that we solved that, we are able to solve this one, right? Because remember, this problem depends on the subproblem of this. So from here, let's say we're starting here, we can take 1 step, which lands us at the
Hold on. Yeah, it needs to explain this again.
In an array called DP. So we're going to have a position in DP all the way from index 0 all the way up to index n, which is going to be our input value, remember? So remember, we're at the base case initially, right? What's the base case going to be? Well, at the last step, if we start here, how many different ways can we land here? Well, that's just going to be 1, right? That's our default value. So now that we solved that, we are able to solve this one, right? Because remember, this problem depends on the subproblem of this. So from here, let's say we're starting here, we can take 1 step, which lands us at the result. We can take 2 steps, which lands us out of bounds, right? So how many different ways from here can we reach the goal? Again, it's going to be 1. And you notice how this is always going to be the case, even if we had something like n equals 100. So let's say this was actually 100 and this was 99. This would always be 1, right? This is always going to be 1 because it's at the goal. And starting from here, it's also always going to be 1 because we can take 1 step, which would get us to the result, or we could take 2 steps, which would get us out of bounds. So no matter what the input value n is, this is always going to be the case. It's always going to be 1, 1. Next, we're going to get to the interesting part. So then we want to know, okay, how many different ways from here can we reach 5? Well, this depends on 2 subproblems which come after it, right? So we can take 1 step over here or 2 steps over here, right? So, and then we get to the subproblem, right? So from 4, we don't need to continue to figure out how many different ways from 4.
Yeah, because we already know it.
Because we just computed that. That's why we're using dynamic programming. That's why we have this array, because we already computed starting at 4, how many different ways can we reach 5? And we also, starting at 5, how many different ways can we reach 5? That's also 1. So what we're going to do in this value is basically take these next 2 values, add them together, 1 plus 1, and then we're going to get 2 over here. And we're going to do the exact same thing for this position too. So we know here we could take 1 step or 2 steps, right? So what we want to do from here, 3, is find out how many different ways can we reach 5. We just computed that. That's 2. And from 4, we want to know how many different ways can we reach 5. We also already computed that. That's 1. So what we can do is take these 2 values, add them together, and that's going to be what we put here. So starting at 2, we can get to 5 3 different ways. And at this point, I bet you probably get the idea. We're going to do the exact same thing over here. So
I mean, okay, before he finishes any of that, can I program this out myself with the newfound concepts? You know, so you have a dynamic programming DP array, memoization, something. you initialize everything to n, to 0 for the length n array of the DP, and perhaps you start from bottom up. You keep on going backwards till you reach 0. Yeah, right? Mm. Gotta see. Oh, Arvind, hello. You use NVim? Yeah. I'm not using NVim right now though. And I'm ashamed to say that I use VS Code still. How does that work? No, I'm not doing this right.
What value are we going to put over here? Just take these and
LeetCode NVim? Is that a thing? Interesting. Hey, that's actually sick. That's actually pretty sick. I've never come across this. Thank you for that. I'll look into this at some point, but yep, it's going to be starred. And I'm going to look into that in the future. Thanks for letting me know. Did not know that existed.
next two values, add them together. 3 plus 2 is going to be 5. And remember, this is what we were originally trying to compute. This is going to be the result. It depends on only two subproblems, which are listed right after it. 5 plus 3, that's going to be 8. So that's the result. If you're familiar with what the Fibonacci sequence is, or the Fibonacci numbers, that's exactly what we're doing right now. We're starting at the base case of 1, 1, adding these two values to get the next result. Then we're adding these two values to get 3. Then we're adding these two values to get 5. Then we're adding these two values to get 8. So you may or may not be familiar with it, but that's what we're doing. And you may have also noticed we're using extra memory, right? We're having an entire array size equals n. That's going to be O of n extra memory. But is it actually needed to have an entire array? Notice how each value, such as this one, only depends on the two values that come after it. And this one only depended on the two values that came after it. So in reality, we don't need to have an entire array. We just need to have two different variables. Let's initialize the two variables like this. 1 is going to be this position. 2 is going to be this position, because starting from here, we want to know how many different ways could we reach the result. If we took 1 step, that's why this is called 1. And if we took 2 steps, that's why this is called 2. And we're basically going to be computing this next value, right? And once we compute this next value, we're going to shift our 1 variable over here, and we're going to shift our 2 variable over here. And we're going to keep doing that until we get to the result of 0. And if we initialize two initial variables 1 and 2 as values 1, how many different values do we have to compute that come after it? In this case, you can see we have to compute 4 values, right? So basically we compute n minus 1 values. We have to loop n minus 1 times, and then when our 1 variable ends up getting in this position, that's what we're going to return as the result. So this was a really long explanation because we did a lot of analysis, but when I actually show you the code, it's going to be really simple using this idea of two variables being shifted n minus 1 times.
For sure.
So as I said from the drawing explanation, we're going to have two variables, 1 and 2. Both are going to be initialized as 1. And then we're just going to loop through n minus 1 times. So for I in range n minus 1, and we're going to continuously update these two variables 1 and 2. So the first thing I'm going to do is update 1. 1 is going to be set to 1 plus 2, right? Because we're just adding the two previous values and then getting the new result. So 1 is being updated, and we would also want to shift 2 to whatever the previous value of 1 was. But you can see that we're updating 1 before we actually shift 2. So what we're actually going to do is store 1 in a temporary variable before we actually update it, and then we're going to set 2 to the temporary variable so that we don't end up setting it to 1 plus 2. We just want it to be set to 1, so we're going to set 2 equal to temp. Once this loop goes through n-1 times, we're going to end up just returning whatever 1 happens to land on. And that is the entire solution. We went through so much headache just to get to these 5 lines of code.
Yep, no worries, no worries.
So I hope that this was helpful. If it was, please like and subscribe. It supports the channel a lot, and I'll hopefully see you pretty soon. Thanks for watching.
Okay. Arvind says, why don't you try out Tiling Window Manager? Popular choices would be Aerospace and Yabai. Can I use these on Mac at the moment? That's the thing. Because I feel like I've heard of i3WM. Like, okay, wait, so are you telling me these are all Mac, perhaps? I use a window manager already. However, you know, maybe you're telling me this is better. Because I use rectangle. It's interesting. These are all interesting. Very, very interesting. Damn, bruh. Alright, I'm gonna have to also star these. Alright, and look at these as well. Thank you for the Rex. Okay. I want a more general template for dynamic programming here. Recursion, memoization. Okay. Tabulation. I was thinking of tabulation. Okay, these are good solutions as well. Oh, this is definitely good. Whatever TLE stands for. Okay. So this is a recursion technique because if n is 0 or 1, you return 1. and you keep on decreasing the n value. Yeah. Okay, but if n is equal to 1, why is it also returning 1? Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, and that would be a solution that doesn't pass, I'm guessing, right? So I'm gonna just try this real quick. I'm guessing it doesn't pass. So memoization, the memoization solution provides recursive solution by introducing memoization, which avoids redundant calculations. We can use an unordered map. Yeah, okay, TLE, okay, that's what it means. Time limit exceeded. All right, that's good. Okay. And avoids redundant calculation. We use an unordered map to store the already computed results for each step n. Before making a recursive call, we check if the result for the given n exists in the memo. If it does, we return the stored value. Otherwise, we compute the result recursively and store it in a memo for future reference. So you call it a memo here, which is the DP that we're thinking of, okay? So the memoization solution improves the recursive solution by introducing memoization, which avoids redundant calculations. Yeah, and we used an unordered map. So an unordered map is just a set, no? Or am I misunderstanding? Yeah, thanks, Arvind. So yeah, memoization is like having a smart helper who remembers answers to math problems you've already solved. You can use HashMap or a list to store the calculations you have used already. Right, so they use a HashMap here. And alternatively, you can use a list. So I'm thinking like, yeah, I just got to look at how they've implemented this closely. Because they use a hash map here. And if n is not in hash map, right? Memo of n, that's just indexing at that, I guess, step. Defined to make that equal to going the helper of n minus 1 providing in the memo and n minus 2 providing in the memo until you reach the base case of 0 and 1. Okay. Draw recursion tree for Fibonacci series. By recursion tree, do you mean decision tree? When you go through the left nodes and store the values of those, you don't need to recompute again. Yeah. I understand all that. So, you know, perhaps, right, the memoization that I'm thinking of Let me think for a second. You return memo n. Oh shoot, man. Okay. Goes back there. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try writing this, but my own way, right? So subproblem. So we're gonna say if I is 0 or I is 1, 1, we return. So I was right to say we return this value, and we should return dp of I. Where the subproblem is not increasing but decreasing. Or if it is increasing, okay, let's say it is increasing. No. Which it isn't. You go to here, you say subproblem is minus. You add those two together. Oops, list index out of range. Okay, so if you have 5, file too large, it's because I'm printing, I think. Okay. So I was somewhat close to understanding this. But now I do understand this. And this is kind of the way I wanted to express this anyway, which is different from how it was expressed by LeetCode just before. Okay, so the other page that I now need to open up is my boilerplates page, which has all these dynamic programming problems as I guess concepts. So, whoops. I need to give myself a dynamic programming section where I'm going to link to this specific problem, climbing stairs, and uses this solution, which is, I'm going to open up VS Code here and copy, paste. Okay, except I'm going to go like this and paste it like this. Python, okay. And the important thing is the DP here. And let me double check the the definition of memoization. Right. Memoization or memoization is an optimization technique used primarily to speed up computer programs by storing the results of expensive function calls to pure functions, and returning the cached result when the same input occurs again. So why is it a pure, what is a pure function? What is a pure function? A pure function is a function that has the following properties. The function return values are identical for identical arguments. Okay, so that's good. So the function return values are identical for identical arguments, no variation, local static variables, non-local variables, mutable reference arguments or input streams, and the function has no side effects. No mutation of local static variables. Okay. Yeah. So memoization is a pure function. Memoization. Yeah. Damn, this is lovely. This is a lovely concept. This is well, also well described, I would say, to what memoization is, right? And what does it mean to be a pure function? Well, there you go. So we're going to Control C and just paste over this. Right, pure function. Now I'll call it memoization, where you use S here because I am UK British English. Henry OST, do you have any extracurriculars at your uni? How is uni in Aus different than US, would you say? Do you have sports games like how we have football games on Saturdays? Good question. The problem is I don't know that much in terms of the sports activities at my university. It's probably not as competitive or that there wouldn't be as big of an audience, I would say, compared to US. Because when I look at the US type unis, you know, they have, you know, I don't know, jocks and I don't know, football stuff. We don't have like people in the stands watching, most likely. So I would say the culture's really not even there, because, you know, most people at my university, at least, they're international students. They come from abroad to Australia. You know, most of them come from China or Malaysia or Singapore. And yeah, because of that, it's just not as, you know, culturally driven to a sport. for example. Unfortunately. But I could be wrong, you know, like the thing is I'm only at uni a few times a day. The rest of my time, you can tell I'm at home studying, as has been the case with these streams. Okay, lovely solution. Tabulation is another solution instead of using memoization. So the tabulation solution eliminates the recursion and uses a bottom-up approach to solve the problem iteratively. It creates a DP table to solve the problem. Okay, so it creates a DP table of size n+1 to store the number of ways to reach each step. The base case 0 and 1 steps are initialized to 1 since there is only one way to reach them. Then it iterates from 2 to n, filling up the DP table by summing up the values of the previous 2 steps. Finally, it returns the value of the last cell of the DP table, which represents the total number of ways to reach the top. Yeah, for sure. So I can see that. But yeah, so this is a bottom-up approach to DP. So there is a concept also of bottom-up approach. It's 5 in the morning here. I'm off to sleep. Love from India. All right. You should, yeah, head to bed, Arvind. Thanks for just talking to me. Thanks for exploring. Letting me explore all these different tools that you also have knowledge of. So yeah, thanks. All right, so a very good solution to tabulation. Very good solution for when you realize there is a bottom-up approach to the problem. Okay, so that's something you gotta consider more further. But this is the solution, which I would have to say I will need to remember, because to remember by providing solution here. So source. Okay. Okay, I'm in my last year of my bachelor's, sadly. Gonna have my student title ripped, kind of scared of the real world and job market. Hiring right now for intern, any positions are so competitive. So how is it for us? I would say it's equally as competitive right now. Or actually it could be better or worse. It depends actually, because you know the number of tech jobs in Australia aren't as high as the number of tech jobs in the US. You know, I feel like I could find something if I really needed to. Just by looking on, you know, it could be paid like 30 an hour, you know, in Aus, which is kind of pennies, I think, but it's still money, right? I could find something like a $30 an hour job, and that's if I'm really desperate. But I'm kind of well off at the moment. But look, I'm looking for internships. I still haven't got one. But, you know, I have an interview coming up we'll see how that goes, to be honest. I'm not going to expect much from it. But yeah, if we're talking about big tech, right? Those interviews, big tech, are going to be hard to get into, for sure. But I feel like if you're looking for like consulting, agencies type jobs, like those are plentiful. That's my thinking. And they might sustain your living for a while. And in the process, during the time that you're not at work, you can practice interviews, practice LeetCode, and find a better job in, as soon as 1 year maybe, or as soon as 6 months, As soon as you join this consulting firm for 6 months and then you're like, all right, I'm done with it. Yeah, that's the way I'm thinking about it. But I'm doing a master's right now, so I'm still kind of avoiding it, in a sense, by doing a master's. Okay, space optimization technique just uses 2 variables, but that's very specific to this problem. So I can understand that. And I'm just going to leave it at this. So this is a good dynamic programming problem to just learn, especially when you look at the additional resources here that are available. So I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Hmm. Use LeetCode solution. Your videos motivate me. Seeing you study for hours on end, it's insane. My attention span just might be cooked, but I'm gonna head back to studying. Keep up the good work. I'll probably tune in soon. Alright. Catch you later, Henry. Don't let that attention span falter. Use LeetCode solution. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna drink some water. Be right back. Oh, hello, Ibrahim. I am here, I just went to the toilet. Nice to read you, man. Nice to read you. Okay. This question. I can just copy and paste the solution now. Alright. It works, right? This also doesn't work? This is also a time limit exceeded? Hey, yo. Okay. Okay, so why would LeetCode do this? Okay, looking at one of the solutions. Tabular or space optimized. Let me try this tabular one here. No, but this tabular one shouldn't even fail at all. Give me a sec. How are they all time limit exceeded now? You know, this is a... oh, wait. I never pasted the solution. Okay. Let's try and run this and see. I'm just curious, man. I mean, that's fair because you're doing a bottom-up approach, but... like this should work, right? It does! Okay, then why doesn't mine work here? It's taking a while, right? But yet this worked. Just had to double check. Okay, does that mean then perhaps even this solution would have passed LeetCode's test cases? I just need to know. They would have. So I haven't done this technically right then. Okay, I haven't done this correctly. Okay, so it was memoization. Oh, if n not in memo, then you don't even worry about it. Whereas in this case, I'm always worrying about it. Yeah, I'm always worrying about it. How could you think about this? So Yeah, so I'm always thinking about it, but if dpi equals 0, then you do nothing. Otherwise, so if I does not equal to 0, if it equals to 0, then you got to do this. Yes. There we go. All right, so there we go. That we did it. Just got to update this then. Thank you, Ibram. It was good to identify that, to be honest. Okay, so I will just update that in my repository. So if dp of I is equal to 0, then you do this, and fix, solve, add if condition, right quit, git push. Okay, we're good. Now. I gotta focus on an assignment I gotta finish, like ASAP. Inconsistent use of tabs or spaces. Okay, it's gonna kill me. Okay. Let's just open it in VS Code. Be like, okay. Wait, is this really the problem? What's the problem here? Oh no, I think those underlines are unrelated, I think, actually. Okay, we're good. All right, close. Let's do one of these again. That's pretty good. I can't be fucked. Alright. I'm gonna close some of these. Okay. We'll keep this open. We gotta finish this now. Okay. Okay. The accuracies over different window sizes at scale 2 left and scale 4 right. I'll say accuracies over different window sizes. Now I need to make these values man, I gotta run through all of this again. Okay, but it has to be to be honest, I only need to run it for effective window sizes and center weighted windows. So I only need it for these two. But it's still gonna run quite a bit. Yikes. It's still gonna run quite a bit. Okay. Like, this took a while last time, and you're gonna have to do it again. I might as well run everything. Okay, I'll let that run. It'll probably take around 20 minutes to run the whole program. And in the process, by the way, like when it runs, my stream sometimes, it doesn't cut out. You can still hear me, but the video feed can freeze a little, just FYI. Okay, and I gotta do the same thing for table 2. table 2, which is, oh wait, no, that's a table. There you go. Okay. Need to figure down here with estimate Gaussian accuracies. Copy multi, hello. How am I doing? I'm alright. Trying to hastily finish an assignment by today, which is what you see on my screen right now. Apart from that, you know, I'm gonna be doing I might play some tennis later in the day, maybe, depending on whether it rains or not and whether I can get this assignment done. Estimate Gaussian accuracies. Is this going to be the Gaussian? Yes, it is. Yes. Accuracies over different window sizes for the Gaussian window. Different Gaussian windows. We call this not image patches, but ACC Gauss. Estimate. Estimate Gauss. And just had to sneeze. Estimate Gaussian accuracies. That's right. But why is the report failing? Is that right? I think that's cap, to be honest. I think that's cap by the editor. Okay. All right. I'm gonna stand. I can start writing the report here. Alright, so okay. See baseline. I'm gonna say each of these. Do I gotta fix up? Yes, I gotta fix up. I think I can close this, reopen it probably. Gaussian, am I spelling? Oh yeah, I am spelling it wrong. So it defaults to a back quote. Alright. Except the question is, do I want to keep it like this? You know, it really doesn't matter, right? Nah, I'll be professional. Make it slightly better. Just by... There should be an automatic way to do this. But I won't bother too much. When I do that, I should expect this to update. The build is taking long. I'm also guessing, you know, because we have, you know, this running as well. Okay, so that worked. Yep, that is the way that I wanted it. I need to Control F and try something like this. How many of these do we have? One. Yeah, I suppose. Just gonna pick every one of these backticks, equivalent to just picking, yeah, one of them. Okay, change these. It's just 10, it's just 5. Okay, we have another one. Here. F. Oh no. Hmm. No results now. Yikes. I still gotta read this carefully. Guess you can also have a check how many percentage symbols are there. Only one? Yeah, that's the only one, okay. And I wanna label all these. So subsection. This is 1 on brief explanation of how the image warping code works. Why the result of image warping has lots of black pixels. E.G. to the right of the back. Don't need that. Come on, thick. Yeah, you don't need that, man. Subsection A, so 3. So I'm gonna say 2. So does this actually look bad or good? Okay, well, I don't know. I'm assuming there's no numbering on the subsections. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. It's still progressing. Oh, okay, well, okay, we don't need to add numbering like this. What do I think? What do I think? What do I think? I'll probably charge my iPad. Be right back. You can hear my thumps, my movements. Oh, I could actually do plus minus instead of this. Effective window size. I'm gonna try and change all these tables to H. Goal sacks. Some goals. Still going? Okay, I see. However, is it... Because it'll be done with some of these. Yes, now we have the accuracy and half wind showing. Okay, maybe this is a little off, but I think it doesn't matter too much. Does it? Yes. Ah, fuck, it does. It does matter to me. I am just like that, man. So you don't need accuracy saying for the second one. Yep. Okay. Yo, hello KFC. Thanks for joining once again. And good to have chat with you also on LinkedIn. I sit. Okay. I'm still in bed. It's 5:30 a.m. raining outside. Makes sense. It is cloudy on where I am. It's a cloudy day in the oceanic region. Go to drink some water. Oh, alright, yeah, now you can hear me. Sorry, I turned off the mic when I was meant to turn on the mic. Okay, so, right. So hey, I'm a CS student. Just wondering if your plugins are used, what plugins you're using for Obsidian. I want to try and use it right now. I use Notability and that's really it, but Obsidian looks pretty sick. Are there any specific videos you watch to do the setup? Also, you're muted, can't hear you from if you're responding. Okay, so I don't really have any specific videos that I watched recently, because I've used Obsidian for quite a long time now. But with that said, it sounds like you use Notability mostly at the moment, and I've used it in the past. And assuming you have an iPad, which if you're using Notability, you probably do. If you want to switch to Obsidian, there's a tool called Excalidraw, which has an Obsidian extension, and that's right here. So I can create a new drawing, and you can draw boxes and actually draw if you want, but that's what I use, even for lecture notes. So what is the core thing that you use for your lecture notes? Like, I saw that you have all your slides on one page. Is that a plugin? Yeah. So you saw you have all your slides on one page. Yeah. So this is Excalidraw. Let me show you an example, right? I'll open up. Whoops. Say my AI planning subject. All right. So these are just like extra notes that I've written down, but the main parts are actually with these titles. So I don't know. Let's go into this one. So this will load up. But you can see some of my notes are already there. And I've got images as well. You basically, this is still using Excalidraw. And yeah, so Excalidraw, if you click this insert any file button, you can then add any file that you have in your Obsidian notes. So, if I have a PDF specifically, I can then click this and I can not embed, but as PDF, import this, and I can import this with the page ranges. It takes some time to load as well, sometimes like no more than a minute, but still, the import process. And that would get you something like this. And yeah, I find it really useful this way. The only caveat is when you're using an iPad to write, it does get a little bit finicky because it's on an iPad and you're using an extension on Obsidian. It's like not built as smoothly as say Notability is, and that's the extent of it. But it's still usable. Like, to me, like, there's a level of tolerance you have to build up to with tech. It's not like you fight with tech, but you tolerate it. And this is a level of tolerance you have to tolerate, but you get used to it, right? You get used to writing it this way. And by doing it this way, I'm able to have my work synced up pretty nicely. And I don't need to use the Mac Notability, right? The Mac version of Notability. And the Mac version of Obsidian is kind of 10 times better than, say, Notability is on Mac. But yeah. So my classes are pretty math heavy. Should I still switch or no? Do you do homework in it? like problem sets? Yeah. Let me show you. I also have, so this is for this subject, but I also have a math heavy subject as well, cryptography and security, which in one of my assignments, assignment 1, this was the extent of problem solving that I was doing. Right, so it's messy, and it's a bit laggy, but that's what I have. And the one other thing is, though, is when you have large files like this, when you have lots of text writing, it could lag, right? And even on the iPads, it could lag. So that's something to keep in mind with. But not only that, right? If you're using Obsidian Sync, then you're set. You don't need to worry about what I'm about to say. But I use this thing called self-hosted live sync. And, there's a little bit of messing around with that. So that's another extension. And self-hosted live sync just allows me to not need to pay for anything that I don't want to pay and send data to Obsidian servers. That's the reason why I do it. But if you don't care too much about that, Obsidian live sync, just pay the I don't know, $10 I think it is for like a lifetime. Something like that. I forgot exactly. But yeah, that's my spiel on it. Appreciate it. I'm gonna head out, but pretty nice to see you on the grind all the time. I wish you good luck for your interview. Thanks, man. I'll catch you later. I'm kind of stuck still being focused on grades. Trying to get an A+ in all classes. Yeah, nice. I mean, fair enough, right? That's a good standard to have. So how do you manage the classes while projects in LeetCode? You have a really good point, right? How do you actually manage? LeetCode, I think, I always just put some time into it, it's you kind of got to just give yourself the opportunity to do LeetCode. And you can only study so much for certain classes before you kind of taper off in like quality. So, the amount of time you spend doesn't necessarily mean you do well in that class, right? So you could spend 10 hours just on a subject, but you might be drained maybe 3 hours in, right? So the other 7 hours could be more fruitful if you did something else, right? And so by kind of leveraging that, I did LeetCode when I had felt drained from other tasks. So it's a little bit of a mind trick in a sense. And in terms of projects, yeah, it's pretty much the same concept, except projects I usually also do on holidays. So, things that actually interest me, I try and do. So there's that scheduler app that I'm building. Still, I haven't done much now because of the semester, but once the semester's done, you bet that I'm getting back onto it. Yeah, that's a long-winded way of saying. What is it a long-winded way of saying? Don't spend too much time on one thing because your productivity will taper. I think there's a better way of saying that also. It's like try and optimize the deep work that you can do. Because after a certain amount of time for a subject, you need a context switch to something else so that you can consider that as relaxation. Yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. Basically know what you're know when you're at peak and not just do problems you already know. Yeah. And also sleep. Even afternoon naps, like after lunch, my chronotype or whatever is to have a nap. Or I feel tired after eating lunch. So having a nap for like 20 minutes, it's way more refreshing. And that's what I've started doing yesterday, by the way. So I'm just preaching my own thinking from only a day of experience. But I've done it in past like many times before, but I haven't done it this effectively until yesterday. Anyway. I don't know. Sometimes like speaking to people as well, just like on the stream is pretty good. And it kind of switches context as well for me for a bit before I jump back in. But, obviously I don't want too much of that either. All good, Lucas. Catch you later. Catch you on another stream. Okay, now it's time for a final check over this report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ahmed, what are you studying? I just finished writing a report. We're done here. It's for computer vision. Studying depth. And that would be it, I think. I'll close it. This will be considered done.
important.
Okay, I think I have to focus on writing some and then do that again later tonight. This has to go probably tomorrow, to be honest. I think I've done enough of that today. Ideally, yeah, I think this is ideal. Let me think. Frick. Can I even sustain like heading to a game of tennis? Yeah. Let me think. I'm gonna go and make lunch, and I'll be back in around an hour. I might play tennis as well, so it might be 2 or 3, but I'll tell you guys. All right, peace for a bit. Alright, I'm gonna play tennis as well. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thing is, I what is it? I went to play tennis. Okay. What's up, boys? Your boy's back from playing tennis. Time to just have a shower and come back. Alright. Peace in a moment again. Weak men take breaks. Of course. So do strong men. I gotta also do laundry now, so be right back. understand. Okay, so that was actually a really long break, which was, let's see, it literally started from 1 to 4, so 3.5 hours, where I played tennis, cooked lunch, ate lunch, had a shower and come back. So it's been some time, and now we go back to it. The thing that I need to do is write 3 stories, and then also continue to write some more, I guess do more of my tasks here. So, write some stories, watch policy gradients, do at least one of these assignment questions, and possibly get this done before maybe I've got to write another set of stories. So, okay, let's see, right? So let's write some stories now. Ooh, Azula. I'm curious about your setup. How does it work in terms of Obsidian? Do you have other systems you use? Yeah, okay. You have a very good point. So right now I have Notion open, but I also have Obsidian. Now, how do I use both, right? I'll give you a brief summary, and that's just basically I used to use Notion for a lot of these things. Right now, all of these are mostly unused at the moment. Mostly now I use Obsidian for personal notes. For teams, I usually go to Notion. For this story bank though, this is an exception because, Obsidian doesn't do so well in terms of tables. Notion does really well in tables. That's why I use it. Discipline, yo, what's up, man? You're motivating me to study right now. Hell yeah, let's go. So my Obsidian though is where I write all my study notes. Like all of this is for an assignment, for example. Even for LeetCode questions, I write any additional notes that I have here, take screenshots, paste them. I got my boilerplate of code for all the different, algorithms and data structures, and all in Python. And then for something like this is like a subject worth of notes, which, say for example, I have these are actual lecture slides, those earlier ones, but later ones actually use Excalibur. And I would highlight stuff, underline stuff, and you can see all that here. And that would all sync to my iPad as well. So we got a whole lot of, it's a range of things I could talk endlessly about, but it's kind of like the taster, I would say. Obsidian though is really useful for me at the moment because of this extension Excalibur. Is it worth it to use Notion and Obsidian? Like I said before, there's like 2 different use cases for both, right? It is worth it to use both. Each of them have their strengths in their own ways. And the strengths for Obsidian is its personal note-taking, whereas the strengths of Notion is it's in the teams, right? Anything that I can do in Obsidian, I would do in Obsidian. Anything that I need for teams stuff, like doing projects or like having a Kanban table, I would do it in Notion. And, I would have that. So in Notion, for example, I would have like a research project. This is one of my recent ones that I have set up for one of my teams. So, I have 2 other people in this Notion page. Or, even older ones, I've had group projects, like these are all group projects. I've got a showcase, I don't really use that. Don't use deadlines anymore. It's quite a lot. How about just for personal self-note-taking, I'm guessing, or creating a schedule to finish things? Okay, that on the other hand, I'm a little different. I would just okay. So the thing is, I use things, right? It's expensive, like $130 to buy all of the apps on all of the platforms, which is a rip-off. I use this because I bought into it, really. There's no other reason. But before, I also used like this other one called Sorted 3. This is just for, to-do lists. These are all like Todoist stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, note taking, yeah, okay. Yeah, $130 ain't no way, yeah. Interesting setup. Is Mac your primary machine or do you use additional machines? I have a Mac here, which is just a M1 Mac. I have my Windows PC at home, which I can turn on right now if I wanted to, and I can use that. Or I do have like Linux machines around the house. We actually have quite a bit. So yeah. So I use pretty much all three operating systems. Sword A says use OneNote or Keep. I'm guessing that's what you use, perhaps. But OneNote's a good one. You know, if you're on Windows, I feel like OneNote is just like the ideal one that most people use because it's simple. But I don't like to give my data away. That's just one thing. Do you have different use cases for each? Yes, I do. I mean, like I said before. Oh wait, no. Yeah, in terms of my computers, right? Yeah. Okay, so he swapped from Windows laptop because MacBook quality is unmatched. Arguable. In terms of design, yes, but there's some things that I don't like about Mac, which is like window tiling, etc., etc. Okay, but do I have use cases for each of these? My use case for my Windows computer is for a long time used to be just play Valorant. Okay, and that's what it was used for a long time. But then I got a dual booted, so now it also has Linux on it as well, which I did for dev work for some time until the dual boot was not good enough because I didn't reserve enough like memory for the second half, the Linux half of it. So now the Linux half is unused and I'm just using Mac now. But the Linux machines that I have at home, those Linux machines, they run a server that's running. I can't really say much else for that, but they're running, so they're on 24/7. And then I got this Mac, which is just where I take everywhere. So it's like the use cases, I can take this to uni, I can take this to do, anything offline, or also just at home connected to an external display like I have here. Yeah. So are you a Hyperland enjoyer? No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I haven't played around with that. To be honest, I don't even know what exactly Hyperland is. Is it a dynamic tiling Wayland compositor with the looks? Okay, for sure. Yeah, so my Linux usage isn't really like desktop usage, it's server usage. So unfortunately, I'm not a Hyperland enjoyer. Hmm. I like the website, to be honest. I feel like they made it out of Next.js. I see. So you can download it on a number of platforms. Maybe, one day when I get to an Arc Linux machine, that's when I'll be good. Do you stream daily? I have to tune into you more often. Yeah, most times, unless I'm at uni. Yeah, perhaps. The days that I'm at uni, they vary, between semesters, but right now it's like 2, 3 times a week, sometimes 4, but other times I'm just at home. Sometimes streaming, sometimes not. Don't go down the Linux rabbit hole. I mean, we'll see, man. I kind of want to. The thing is, I've already had my fair share of configuration hell, where you just configure things nonstop. But I've gotten to a point where, I realized how bad it was to configure things nonstop because, it started with, say, a phone, like a Linux, not a Linux, Android phone. And I would configure that shit to no end. And I would do that this was back in high school, by the way. And I did that for a long time. And every time I picked up my phone, I was like, oh, how could I make this little thing faster or better or look cleaner? Because right now it doesn't, or something, Are you from the US, bro? No, I'm not. I'm from Australia. So, but I mean, even with Linux, the thing that I know not to get into is configuration hell. And the only reason I know how to do that is from wanting to set up my computers easily. Okay, so it's a little bit of a stretch of an argument, but hear me out. Say you have a new machine. Because I've gone through configuration hell already in some sense, I don't want to end up configuring it every time I set up a new machine, even if it's as frequent as every 5 years, right? And because I don't want to do that, because I don't want to go into configuring something that much, I mean, I don't know if the configurations that, we do on Linux as a desktop, if they can be, ported to a new machine that easily, right? And if they're not that easily portable, I mean, okay, even now that just sounds like I just don't know Linux at all, right? That just sounds like I don't know what I'm talking. It sounds like I haven't even touched Hyperland or whatever, right? Which is true, I haven't. But I'm sure there's configuration files that you can use for each of the apps that you have on Linux. And maybe that's what I would use to set up future Linux machines. And I guess that doesn't actually solve anything. I guess I'm just speaking a lot of yap right now. My bad. Because the whole point was to actually just say how configuration having to reconfigure everything is a pain. So if you configure it well to begin with, I think you can still be in configuration hell. So never mind. I just think, I mean, we'll see. When I use a Linux machine for the first time, we'll see how it is. Because right now my Mac is my main Linux machine. So is OBS eating your RAM? Yes, it probably is. Yo bro, so glad I found your channel. It's 1:39 for me right now, so I'm going to bed. All good. All good. All good. Go to bed, man. Sleep well. But yeah, OBS is, I mean, it's taking up 50% of my GPU at the moment. The RAM though, at being 83%, that's like 24/7 to be honest. So it's not that bad. I mean, the RAM usage. Right now, the biggest is Firefox. Obsidian. You know, OBS is down here. So it's not the biggest thing that's taking up my RAM. Okay, anyway. Enough talking, back to working. Let's see, should I sit? No, I'll give it a few more seconds. Maybe I'll finish writing one of these stories first. So let me go back to, let's see, maybe I'll close this. No, I need this open. Just go to story bank. And we'll have to think of a few for these different ones. So leadership principle stories. Okay. Bias for action, Docker build kit initiative. Considering slow build times were impacting developer efficiency, I proposed implementing Docker build kit to improve speed and deployment times without waiting for full team buy-in. I went ahead and implemented the solution in a test branch, gathering results and sharing them with the team. The initiative paid off with 90% blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the thing is, that would be a duplicate of one of my other stories. So I don't want to really use this. Implementing of 3-2-1 backups. I said that to be learn and be curious. And the bias for action. Okay, identified a gap in data protection in my home lab setup, and I knew I needed to act fast to prevent data loss. Okay, fair enough, right? This is a situation where it's bias for action. My goal was to implement a reliable data backup strategy using existing resources. I researched best practices, yada yada. The proactive measures prevent potential data loss and hardware failure during hardware failure, and gave me confidence in my system's reliability. Okay. So can I spin this as a bias for action though? Let's see. So at my home lab, I self-host a number of applications for personal use, and these include SMB shares, a document management tool called Paperless NGX, and even my photos, which are stored on Google Photos alternative apps. A Google Photos alternative app called Image. I needed to develop a more robust backup strategy that wasn't solely to replicate data onto another hard drive. And so I heard about the 3-2-1 backup strategy from the creator of Ansible for Kubernetes, Jeff Geerling. And my goal was to try and implement this strategy to my home lab, right? So to address this, I really first tried to understand what 3-2-1 meant. So for context, 3 copies of data stored on 2 separate media where at least one of them is offsite. So I dove deep into learning about the iterative backup options such as restic or incremental, right? Incremental. Backup options such as restic, which is a command line tool. I read from an online, and I read the online documentation, and I read the documentation essentially from front to back, which I ended up creating a bash script on a cron job for automating the backups. So since I had multiple servers by this point, I also created a comprehensive diagram on where each of the data was being backed up to, and it gave me a clear perspective where each backup was performing and when. And as a result, I now have less sleepless nights, and I can be sure that even in the case of critical data loss, I can still quickly recover the lost data using my newfound skills with the REST command line tool. It was also a good way for me to get further exposure to Linux. All right, that's a mouthful. Okay, so it's I could write this slightly better, so I'm going to put that at a B at the moment. And I should write these as dot points. So I needed to develop a more robust I needed to develop a better backup system that wasn't oh, Ichiro, hello man. I entered mid-explanation of 321 and sounds cool but kind of complicated. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just reading this. It's not that complicated, really. 3 backups, 2 on different media, 1 offsite. And that's still 3 backups, just 1 has to be offsite and 2 have to be on different media. And what is media? What does media mean? It just means, it could be on a disk or it could be on a USB stick. Those are 2 different media. Or a CD drive. But the thing is, at this point, 2 different media doesn't really come into play that often. I mean, it just has to be on 2 different machines. That's basically all it means. Okay. Okay, so I'll read this over again later, but earn trust, IT project. Alright, customer obsession. Bias for action, thinking big, task management system, implementing CI, yeah, for Syncytium, it's still using the same, insist on higher standards, that's what I did do already. Learn and be curious, I already did do 2 of those. Customer obsession, I probably need 1 more. Customer obsession. So ideally, I can think of something for these, earn trust, customer obsession. Should be one that I definitely need. Okay, so I definitely have one for freelance, right? Freelance for N8N. I think that's a good one to think about, to speak about when I do speak about it. All right, so let me try and keep these like short and simple. My friends are getting... is this your speech for interviews? Yeah, it is. It is. It's not a speech, but yeah, a set of ideas. Which I need to prepare well and get my story straight. So, situation. Yeah, I need to be specific, right? I have to think of this situation a little better. Okay, but freelance, for example, yeah, there was a level of customer obsession with this one. Let me revisit customer obsession principle here. Leaders start with customer and work backwards. They work vigorously to earn and keep customer trust. Although leaders pay attention to competitors, they obsess over customers. We'll see this.
Customer obsession. So leaders start with the customer and work backwards. They work vigorously to earn and keep customer trust. Although leaders pay attention to competitors, they obsess over customers. I'm intentionally starting with customer obsession because, frankly, everything starts with the customer and works backwards from there at Amazon. That's the way we think about our business, and it's always been true. It's always been palpable in the whole time that I've been here. And it's part of what attracted me to Amazon 26 and a half years ago, which was you could really feel that this was a culture and a company that not just talked about doing right by customers, but walked that walk. We're all customers of so many businesses, and we all know what we're treated like. And typically companies talk about being customer focused, but rarely are. And I really think Amazon has always been, and you've seen it from the beginning up to now, all sorts of examples of that. But I remember the first full year I was at Amazon, one of the big debates that year was whether or not we should have customer reviews on books detail pages. We were a books-only retailer at that point.
Okay, I'm just telling a story now.
And the debate really
I don't
was
think this is really necessary.
Publishers didn't want us to have customer reviews because some of them might be negative. But the reality is, if you're trying to help customers make the best possible decision for themselves on whether they want a product or not, having honest customer reviews is incredibly helpful. So we decided to have those customer reviews. And you can see that customer focus all the way up to today. Just look at what happened during the pandemic, where we had this very uncertain economy where every company in the world, including Amazon, was trying to save money however they could. Most technology companies looked at that environment and said, we're going to find a way to extract every last dollar from our customers in this tight economy. Amazon did the opposite. In our cloud computing business in AWS, we proactively went to customers and tried to figure out how we could cost optimize for them where they could save money so they could redeploy that money in the future on projects that actually help their business and they could live to fight another day in a difficult economy. That's pretty different. And you can see it in how we do our product development here at the company as well. We won't write lines of code until we do the working backwards documents, a press release to make sure that if we build the product, we know that it's going to matter for customers. And then a frequently asked questions document where we really try and vet ahead of time all the things customers care about. What problem are we trying to solve? What will customers care most about? What will they be most disappointed about if we launch with this set of features? What will they love most? All the things that make it work for customers. That's what we're always trying to figure out. Now, I've also seen over time, sometimes people get confused about how competitors or economics come into play when you think about the leadership principle of customer obsession. And people wonder, well, if am I being customer obsessed if I'm thinking about sustainability and economics of what I'm doing? And of course, many of us remember in the early 2000s the company Cosmo, which promised 1 hour delivery of videos to your house. They actually delivered a lot of ice cream to my house too. I really enjoyed the service, but it was not economic. And the business lasted a year or two, and then it was gone. And you're not really doing right by customers over a long period of time if you get them excited about something that you can't sustain. So of course you have to think about economics when you're thinking about what you're building. And then some people ask, well, am I being customer obsessed if I think about what competitors have offered and try to address something competitors have put out that customers like? And the reality is that if you're trying to build build the best possible customer experience, you have to be aware of what competitors are doing. And if competitors build something that we haven't, by the way, we're very inventive and we're very customer focused, but we're not going to build every single new feature that customers love. There are going to be others that do so as well. And if a competitor builds something that customers love, we should be aware of it and we should be inspired by it and think about how we can improve our own customer experience with what we learn from what competitors have done. So we always are going to have to be aware of competitors and economics and building the best customer experience, but we're going to spend most of our waking hours focused on what we know customers care most about. And the reality is that everybody at this company has not just the freedom, but really the expectation to look at what customers want and figure out how we can be better and better for them every day.
Yeah. Okay. I think I have one for data GMA. Right, data GMA. I have one for data GMA with bias for action. Oh, maybe I'll just put it here. I'm just thinking about it. You're a very organized dude. Hell, I would never have thought listing topics. I usually go to what interviewers ask me. Okay. Yeah, I mean, same, right? I would say same until literally 3 days ago. Because, I mean, if you were in my position and you had 3 interviews back to back on the same day, I think, you know, you'd end up understanding this as well. Which is, you kind of got to take this seriously if it takes 3 hours of your day. I mean, additionally, it's like, if you look online for interview prep for Amazon, this is like, they hamper on leadership principles. And this one guy named Dan Croyder is an advocate of like everything interview, and so he's literally telling you to make story banks like this. And that's it. Well, you're right on that. You are using time and a lot. Yeah, that's it. I'm still balancing out other studies as well, you know. Let me just, yeah. Yeah, ideally I have like some ideas, but I gotta flesh these out a little more. You know, just have these top points right. Situation, task, action, reward, I mean, response, result. Make this I want to make this a default template. So new template. Okay. Doesn't matter. And set as default for all views. Start template. Whoops. Okay. Get rid of this one. I just click new. Yep. And if I clicked new, yep. Okay, let me just delete these now. There was a time after the last year layoffs when I used to do interviews daily. Now that you say it that way, I realize I could have wasted less time if I just structured something. I mean, I guess so. But don't feel too bad about it. I think even for me, like, I would say I regret not having done this earlier, because I did a few interviews before. Yeah, you basically raw dog the interviews. That's the thing, like, the interview that I had with Atlassian, I could have done that better. I could have done this as well, but I didn't at the time. Possibly because I didn't take it as seriously. And same thing for like the TikTok interview that I tried for. I didn't pass the Google one. I didn't pass the Microsoft one. Actually, I didn't even get screened through the Microsoft one. But Amazon, all right, we're here. Let's try. And I'm taking it seriously, Okay, the feeling when you fail with a big company, oh man. I personally don't even think about trying again for some time. I mean, that was me for a bit, to be honest. When I didn't get through Atlassian, because I was on the final round and it was the behavioral, right? To be rejected on your behavior feels different. So I know what you mean. It's been some time since then, so it's like, yeah, behavioral interviews. It's like you have a technical interview, a phone screen, perhaps like a phone screen. Oh, no. So it was a open assessment. You pass the open assessment and you do a technical interview. And after the technical interview, you do a behavioral interview. And the behavioral interview, you had to have basically what I'm doing right now, which is, a list of scenarios that you can speak about that tie to certain beliefs of the company, their principles. And that was the behavior that I didn't get right last time. So hopefully I get it right this time. Not necessarily pure soft skills. You can be a good person in terms of you can be a good person with good soft skills, but if you don't show within the time that you're given the ability to relate to their, or have strong stories for their principles, you're basically going to get rejected if you don't have strong stories for their principles. And it's not necessarily just soft skills. So they're looking for specifically your way of, I guess, preparing to answer their principles. And, I just need my story straight. So this time around, I'm making them. And, it's not even really about your behavior. I mean, yeah, it is about your behavior. Not about your charisma, but your behavior. And your ability to sell yourself, basically. I guess selling yourself is a little bit, is not exactly the right term, but you want to show yourself to be capable. And that helps in the behavioral interview. And I'm pretty much just going to have 3 behaviorals this coming Tuesday on the same day, right? At Amazon. There's going to be a code section to each of these interviews, but my worry is not the coding. It's going to be the behavior, which got me last time, Okay. With all that said, let's just try and explain some of these ones that I have as my stories, right? Oh, sounds new to me, but good luck, man. Thanks. We'll see how it goes. I'm not going to expect much, right? I'm coming into this not expecting much. So say the interviewer asks, tell me about a time you insisted on the highest standards. Actually, there was a better question here. Okay, so describe a time you refused to compromise your standards. All right, so that was the question. Tell me about a time you refused to compromise your standards. Okay, I would think, okay, insist on the highest standards. Which one would I talk about? It really is a good question, but say I talk about linting and formatting. So, tell me about a time I insisted on, no, not insisted, what was the exact wording? So describe a time you refused to compromise your standards, yeah. So, describe a time I refused to compromise my standards. So at Syncytium, which was the startup I was at, we had issues with code quality. And, you know, it wasn't standardized. And all the files could be very messy at the end of it because everyone's dealing with different files and everyone has their own way of styling their code. So I didn't like this, and this is what made me see, now this is, I just got to fix this up. Okay, so I need to frame the problem correctly. Okay, so describe a time you refused to compromise your standards. When I was at Syncytium, we had issues with inconsistent code quality across all files in the repository due to a lack of automated linting and formatting checks. And, you know, personally, I didn't like that. I took initiative to implement a new workflow in our CI pipeline on GitHub, which enforced the linting and formatting before a PR can begin to be reviewed. I introduced tools like ESLint for TypeScript, which was used for our front end, Black and Flakegate for our Python backend, and I set up the pipeline to run on every commit to an existing opened PR. And you know, this new system, it eliminated the developer frustration, and as a result, you know, it abstracted the need to manually enforce, you know, these formatting styles, which was a big problem for the manager. Okay, so that was a little weak at the end, but No, that's not a good way to phrase things. Inconsistent styling. When I was coding. Okay. You can talk about the difficulties about maintaining the code base. Yeah. Yeah. So it was personally a pain to see very inconsistent styling when I was coding. And as such, there was more friction to the developer experience in maintaining the code base. Would that be a far stretch? I won't think about it too deeply though. Okay. Okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna be back in maybe like 10 minutes. I gotta put the laundry out. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back. Okay. Wait, was I speaking before? No, I wasn't. It's not tabs, it's Sideberry. In terms of bias for action or customer obsession, bias for action is definitely something I'll say though. All right, start template. I'll flesh this out in a minute. Situation was the CEO of Data GMA CEO of a small company wanted an NA10 integration to be created. The task was because they want extensive API? No, they want so like features, integrations. A small SaaS company wanted to create integrations with automation, with various automation platforms. And the task was I had been freelancing at the time, and the CEO, I should say the founder, contacted me directly. So instead of the CEO, the founder. Okay, the founder of a small SaaS company wanted to create integrations with various automation platforms such as Zapier and NA10. I'd been freelancing at the time, and the founder contacted me directly about building an NA10 integration. Situation, task, action, reward. Okay, so this should be under action. So for context, I didn't have much knowledge on how to create an NA10 integration, but okay, so maybe I should explain to the interviewer what an NA10 integration is. So okay, the situation here is the founder of a small SaaS company wanted to create integrations for various automation platforms such as Zapier and NA10. So these platforms would help businesses create workflows for the company between different SaaS tools. And I had been freelancing at the time. The founder of this SaaS company contacted me directly and asked to build an NA10 integration. So at the time I had experience with Zapier, but not much with building an integration for NA10. And when it comes to building an integration, you had to... Right, so here's the thing, right? So my train of thought was, I didn't have much knowledge on building an NA10 integration, but I had in the past for Zapier. And I thought this would be, something quite logically the next step, not exactly. So look, if I frame that to one of these, bias for action questions, bias for action. Okay, so before what are your strengths and weaknesses? Tell me about yourself. Why do you want to join this company? Those are all valid questions. Right, and these questions should all be ideally here, right? And this wouldn't technically follow a star template. Oh. Desire says, can you explain why you use this extension whenever you're done with your work? Just want to know how you use it. All right. Yeah, so why do I use this extension, right? I use this extension because I can set up multiple workspaces here. So if I do it for each subject, right? So if I look at this example, this is a workspace just for general default tabs that I want to have open. You know, each one of these subheadings have their own set of tabs, and I can just open them and look at them if I want to. You know, some of these I don't look at much anymore, but organization wise, this is pretty much peak. Like, this is what I want to see in terms of tabs management, right? And I use this now, but before I used something like Workona, which would basically like sync between, you know, different Chrome browsers. You know, we're talking like Chromium browsers, like Chrome, like Firefox, but this one only does it for Firefox, right? And I don't use it much else for, you know, if it's on an iPad. I just gave up on trying to find a way to sync it all together on all systems. Just make it so that it's just on one system. I think that's good enough, right? But, you know, when it's done well, even with these, I guess, caveats, this is probably the best extension on all of Chrome. I mean, on all of Firefox, personally. Because I've used this for maybe like 4 months now. No, I lied. That's not 4 months. It's probably like 2 to 3 months. Yeah, 3 months roughly now. And I use it, you know, say I can open this APA subject and I can restore from bookmarks, which will take all the bookmarks in that specific workspace and populate them back out. So I got 146 tabs open. Technically they're not open because they're unloaded, so you have to click on them to load them up. But this is a good way to organize them all. I have each of the weeks. You know, it's a good way, yeah, to organize all these tabs, and you can have them whenever you need them. You know, tutorial slides that I have, assignments that I have. I can close this tab, close this tab, close that tab. And then if I'm ever done, I can just save to bookmarks and close all tabs. And then this will just close a whole set of them. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And what else is there? I mean, apart from that, that's pretty much it. But, you know, you can open up all of these if you wanted to, right? So this opened up all of them. Open that one again. And, it kind of saves the state of how you open these tabs. So, it doesn't open just like this. It opens with the tab that I last had open. And I can close them all because I didn't need to save anything. Tmux for tabs. Yeah, pretty much. Do you export the modules for Canvas? Sometimes. Not anymore. I haven't done in a while, but I used to. Mainly I just make sure I download everything while I'm studying, And then once I've downloaded them, I just put them directly into a file server. So the founder of a small SaaS company wanted to create integrations with various automation platforms. So one of them was called NA10. So if you're familiar with Zapier, Zapier is usually targeted to small businesses, but they help connect SaaS applications to other SaaS applications. And this is basically the same concept for this NA10 automation tool. So I had been basically freelancing at the time, and the founder contacted me directly about building this NA10 integration, but I didn't have much knowledge on how to create this NA10 integration. What I did have was knowledge on how to create a Zapier integration. Regardless, it didn't make me worried, and it actually made me more curious. It didn't make me more worried. It actually made me more curious, and as a result, I started on the task even before the client secured, but even before I secured the client. So I started creating what's it called? POC. So POC stands for a proof of concept, even before I secured the client. And I showed this proof of concept to them. Okay, so what was the proof of concept? An interviewer might ask. That's something to think about. Sword says, I've transcribed all my lectures and been using PDF AI model to go through everything. Hey. All right. Smart. Lazy, but smart. Unless you actually mean typed, transcribed. In which case, that's not lazy at all. Okay, so it didn't make me worried. It actually made me more curious. And as a result, I started creating a POC even before I secured the client. And I showed this proof of concept to them then and there. Okay, no, I'm not then and there. It wasn't then and there, that's the thing. But I need to explain further how, right? So it didn't make me worried. It actually made me more curious. And as a result, I started creating this POC even before I secured the client, right? So this is me biased for action, right? But I can't say that, right? I don't want to say it specifically, but you know, I made this POC, this proof of concept, even before I secured the client, just to validate my own understanding of what's required. Okay, so I should specify like the APIs that I connected with to show that it worked at a baseline, right? And then, you know, from the proof of concept, I could then build out all these different APIs that were there. So I'd been freelancing at the time, and the founder contacted me directly about building a NA10 integration. I didn't have much knowledge on how to create an NA10 integration, but I did have knowledge on Zapier integrations. So, you know, I thought that maybe it was a logical next step to learn about NA10. And as a result, it didn't make me more worried. It actually made me more curious. So I created a POC, proof of concept, even before I secured the client. And this proof of concept included connecting the SaaS applications API. So one of the endpoints, which could have just been like you know, about endpoint, to a proof of concept NA10 step or NA10 node. And this is this node was written in JavaScript. So at the time, I also hadn't had much knowledge on JavaScript, but I had Python experience, and you know, it was pretty easy to just pick up JavaScript along the way while building this integration. And as a result, the client was happy or some sort, something or something. Okay. Sword, I use another model to transcribe faster whisper. Is that like an OpenAI thing? Or is it Meta or Facebook? I don't follow the models exactly. Ezekiel, hey, are you preparing for Amazon interview? Yes. Yes. I am. But we'll see how we go. Is it new grad or intern? It's intern. So I'm trying for an Amazon intern. I have the loop coming up this Tuesday, and it'll be 3 interviews on that day. So gotta get my story straight. Okay, speech to text model by OpenAI. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Thanks, Ezekiel. So the result is, something I got to consider speaking about. Just simply utilized one of their SaaS app endpoints. It validated my understanding of what was required, and the proof of concept would simply just be connecting to one of the SaaS app endpoints. So, part of the requirement was to build out. Yeah, I think that's the thing I got to also mention in the task here. So I'd been freelancing at the time, and the founder contacted me directly about building an N8N integration for their API, for their public-facing API. For their SaaS product. Okay. So the founder of a small SaaS company wanted to create integrations with various automation platforms such as Zapier and Any10. I had been freelancing at the time, and the founder contacted me directly about building an Any10 integration for the public-facing API for their SaaS product. So I didn't have much knowledge then about creating an Any10 integration, but I did have knowledge on creating Zapier integrations. And so I thought it would probably be an easy next step to understand. And, it would be a good opportunity to learn about this. And so, I wasn't worried, and as a result, I created this proof of concept even before I secured the client. Right, so one, to validate my understanding of what was required, but I couldn't say 1 and 2. I can't say 1 and 2. So it didn't make me worried. It actually made me more curious. And as a result, I started creating a POC, a proof of concept, even before I secured the client. And it validated my own understanding of what was required. And the proof of concept. Okay, no. This is kind of worrisome. I can't really point them like this. made me more curious, and as a result I started to create a proof of concept even before I secured the client, to validate my own understanding of what was required. And my own understanding of what was required. How do you manage to sit and study for so long? I don't. Sometimes I stand and study. I'm kidding, but also not. So how do you manage to sit and study for so long? Like realistically? I think I'm not into social media. I think I'm linking this to social media, but the lack of using social media, just makes me more motivated to do something good. Or like I'm not even playing games anymore, right? So that's something else to consider. But instead I'm finding joy in, say, doing LeetCode problems. Or even doing this, interview prep, because I know later on it'll be useful, even if I don't pass my Amazon one. And, there's other stuff I should be doing as well. But, I can trust my timetable here to know what I can get done and all the upcoming things that I can do. Now I'm going to move some of these a little bit as well, but I'm kind of, always conscious of a plan. Anyway. Something to note: when you sit down, you change your mic position and there is a noticeable reverb when you type. Is there? I see. That's interesting. Maybe it's overly extended. It's weird. I'm not even typing, right? Only way I grind that long is from stress, otherwise I can't. Ouch. Okay. But that's fair. However, I will stand now. I'm gonna just also get some water, be right back. Okay, so that's fine. You saw nothing, sword? Result? I guess, you know, I can't really think of a good result here. However, I will make this using ChatGPT. Think of results. For context, this is a this is meant to satisfy the bias for action Amazon leadership principle. I suppose, you know, that's something to think about, yeah. It's definitely, you know, future thoughts. Okay. Impressed with the speed at which I delivered a POC interview in person, online, still face to face, but over Zoom, for example. The founder was impressed with the speed at which I delivered the POC, and I was able to secure I was impressed with the speed at which I delivered the POC. You know, we moved on with the project. The founder was impressed with the speed at which I delivered the POC, and I was selected to move forward with the project. Later on, this allowed me what other results could I say here? So the founder was impressed with the speed, and I was selected to move forward with the project. And I have become a maintainer of the tool or the integration. Whenever there are, changing API endpoints, new API endpoints. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. Now I would say the quality of that one. So I'm going to call this NA10, so node creation, node data GMA integration for NA10. Data GMA integration for NA10. It's a B story, but it's good enough. Honestly, I feel it's also perhaps an A+. I'm putting a lot as A+. Okay. And then a freelance for NA10. Data GMA NA10 integration. Freelance for NA10. So customer obsession. So this is going to be a good result one. All right. If I think about how I started off, it was really just... Actually, how did I start it off? Oh no, messages don't... Oh, here we go. Okay, Hillary Thorne. Hillary Thorne. Okay, so okay, so I'm looking at these past emails and how I first begun at NA10, which is definitely fell into my lap in some respect, but it was also a curiosity that I had. Dive deep. Dive deep. It could fall under dive deep though. It really could. Have a backbone disagreeing commit is going to be pretty interesting. When I get to writing one, because I can't think of one. Sitting again. You know, perhaps let's go to monkey type for a hot minute. This is such a pain. This particular one is such a pain. How long is the interviews? 1 hour each for 3 interviews. So and look, the thing is, How many leadership principles am I expected to hear from them? I'm guessing like two per interview, and then a LeetCode problem, I'm guessing. Are they providing food? No. No. It's gonna be over Zoom or their platform. So I mean the food I'm gonna be eating. I'm gonna be eating at home. There's no in person, so unfortunate, I know. Interview experience. What is the leading principle that corresponds to you the most? Okay, what is your favorite leadership principle? Right, I think that's the question. Now, if that's the question, oh yeah, so my favorite leadership principle is learn and be curious. Probably, most likely. Let me just see and think about it, right? Insist on the highest standards. Actually, that's something that I also like. Think big, right? Also, not bad. Learn and be curious. A bias for action, not necessarily. Yeah, I would say either insist on the highest standards or learn and be curious. Oh, however many of my interviewers asked me 3, 4, or even 5 questions. Not sure if this was just my situation or changes depending on the interview. Well, this is, I think, possibly his misconception, because I knew that, yeah, the phone screening was going to be fine. Another thing I see a lot is that people claim that you only get a call after the loop if there is good news. Some people say that they don't hear back until the 5th day, and that when the recruiter sends a calendar invite for a phone call to touch base. However, this was also different for me. My recruiter told me in the very beginning what day they would be debriefing and making a decision. He also explained that he would call me immediately after. Overall, I felt that my recruiter was a little all over the place and it threw me off a bit. Anyway, the loop was probably one of the hardest interviews I've ever done in my life. I hope this could help provide other perspective to anyone that's about to go through it. Regarding number 1, this is an indication they couldn't collect enough data points with the first 2. You know, that makes sense. You know, that's what I was thinking as well a little bit. So I'm an ex-AWS employee, almost 7 years. And this is the correct answer. When I used to prep for loops, I used to write down 1 or 2 questions for my leadership principles and then have 2 to 3 each as backups. I was never wanted to ask the backups. In a lot of cases, 1 question with numerous follow-ups was enough per leadership principle. If the candidate wasn't giving enough examples with data, I would move to another question in hopes it would maybe present answers in a different way. Anytime I've been asked advice for interviews at Amazon, always have the same answer. Use star formats in your response as best as you can. Always speak to real examples if you have them. And if you do not have a response, be transparent and clear as well as offer to tell the interviewer how you would approach. Okay, if you had a response, if you do not have a response, be transparent and clear as well as offer to tell the interviewer how you would approach that, I guess, question. If it's a software development engineer role and you are whiteboarding or coding, speak through your thought process so the interviewer can follow along. Yep, I will. I think I do that okay. Yep, having done 100 plus loops during my tenure, this is correct. The interviewer was giving OP the chance to redeem themselves with more data, but also should have aligned to the 2 assigned leadership principles. Hi, is it like they ask a question, I give a 10-minute in-depth answer and they start to ask follow-ups, or should I just give a brief answer and then answer all the follow-ups? I have an interview coming up and this is the first time. You should probably just do, you know, like 2 to 4 minutes of speaking. That's what I've heard. That means the stories didn't initially get the data, or they weren't strong interviewers and didn't master the art of follow-up questions. I'd completed 4 out of 5 loops. I can't find the 5th for 1 to 2 weeks, which is likely the bar raiser. what happens now. It's for a senior role and I took 1 month to study, so I'm deflated. Any ideas? I'm going through the interview process for whatever. Is it normal? Okay, it is. What is this whole...
Hi, my name is Nick.
Wrong Amazon? Yeah, you're actually right. This is a wrong Amazon. But still something similar. What am I doing? I am trying to just gauge what the Amazon interview would be like. You know, I think going into the interview saying that I have notes is a good starting point. I need to write I need to also write an elevator pitch for myself. Right, so an elevator pitch, this will have to be elevator pitch. I'll have to write this down now, I think. And look, yeah, I'm going to ChatGPT obviously to get insight, you know, to get some neurons firing in my brain. Cue the lift music. Okay, this is actually pretty good. So, I'm David Shaw. So, a software engineer. Currently a student, but an aspiring software engineer. Should I say an aspiring software engineer? It sounds tacky. Ex-Val Pro. Never went pro, man. I was hard stuck Ascendant. I'm David Shaw. An ex-Val Pro. I'm literally considering. AI and full stack development. I've worked on optimizing Docker deployments building scalable CIs, I don't think that really makes sense as a phrase, and developing integrations with automation platforms like NA10 and Zapier. Currently pursuing a master's in AI, I'm passionate about leveraging my skills in Python, AWS, and Kubernetes to drive efficiency and innovation in software systems. I love tackling complex technical challenges and have a proven track record of delivering results, from improving deployment times to building custom automation solutions. Okay, not necessarily what I was going for because it's all very broad. A washed developer trying to be an SE at AWS. Do you know how many acronyms there were there? SE, AWS. Anyway, yeah, they will laugh. Except they're boomers. I think they're millennials. They're millennials. I sussed out their LinkedIn profiles, so we're talking about they're all software engineers. One of them's been working there for 9 years, another's worked there for 7, and another is not. There's no junior software engineers. But one just, I think, is on the level right above junior software engineer. I don't remember exactly the structure of the levels. Mooch, how did the cryptography presentation go? It went okay, you know. It was alright. There was some pointers that the presentation person told us, and we'll be taking that. But regardless, happy it's done. Not even thinking about it. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. That's funny. Do you play Val or game anymore? Or just grinding real life? Well, yeah. I haven't played Valorant in perhaps the start of this semester, even before that. So it's probably been like 4 months now. 3-4 months. So, yeah. I mean, even then, I streamed those back then, but now I just don't play that anymore. But maybe. Yeah, probably for the best. For at least, I'll play if I have some friends to play with. That's probably the only time I will. AWS X Val. Playing TF2. Hell yeah. And me in the background. Grinding LeetCode versus grinding ELO. Anagram. I was gonna say something like actually ELO is like an anagram of LeetCode, but that's kind of brain dead, never mind. And it's not even true. I've had experience at a startup called Zidium, and I've worked for a consulting, is it a consulting agency? What is consulting agency? Let me see. Zahib, hello. Hello, nice to see you again. Hmm. I'm David Shaw. I study my master's in AI and have a bachelor's in computer science. I've had experience as a startup building an XJS, and I've worked for a consulting agency building business workflows using Zapier and N8N. I have freelanced in the past doing a similar job, and I have worked with the people at N8N directly for some time as well. More recently, I have also been interested in building my open More recently, I've also been an active maintainer. My very own open source project. So Zahib, why didn't you go for software engineering degree rather than CS? I think CS is generally more foundational, but also there is no difference, at least for our university. You know, there isn't a bachelor's of software engineering, unfortunately. There's a master's of software engineering. Why didn't I choose that though? Because I wanted to do AI and I didn't want to really do that at the time, until I did. More recently, I've also been interested in building my very own open source project. Called Scheduler, which is helping me learn a lot more about web development. I would love to do SWE instead of CS in college, because CS is all about theory and SW is about building stuff, right? If you asked me 2 years ago, I would have said the opposite, in the sense that I would have rather learnt the theory than the building of certain things. because I always thought that, building comes secondary to knowing the theory. That's just the way that I thought about things. But yeah, I mean, I can understand your sentiment. Okay, I think this is a valid 30-second tell me about yourself. So, all right, let me try this, right? So, tell me about yourself. Well, I'm David Shah. I study my master's in AI, and I'm currently studying my master's in AI, and I have a bachelor's in computer science. I have had experience at a startup building in Next.js, and I've worked for a consulting agency building business workflows using tools like Zapier and N8N. And I've freelanced in the past doing a similar job, and I've worked with the people directly at N8N because of it. Okay, no, I can't really, I got to fix that a little bit. More recently, I've also been interested in building my very own open source project called Scheduler, which is helping me learn a lot more about web development. Okay. So what's your favorite leadership principle? My favorite leadership principle is going to be insisting on the highest standards. Use AI for it to improve. Yeah, so I mean that's why I have this on the side here. I mean, yeah. But I will improve, yeah, that other part. Let me get back to it.
Okay, maar dat is wel fijn als het, ja.
Make it more short? Nah, I think this is actually pretty good because I want to speak for about 30 seconds, right? 30 seconds to a minute at most. Okay, so I've had experience at a startup building in Next.js, and I've worked for a consulting agency building business workflows using Zapier and N8N. I have also freelanced in the past doing a similar job. I can't really say that. I feel like... Okay, so let me try and rephrase this. So I've had experience at a startup building in Next.js, and I've worked for a consulting agency building business workflows. I have worked for a consulting agency and freelanced myself building business workflows using Zapier. Now, I think I'll stick to not saying anything about freelance. No, I think I should still mention it. So I've had experience at a startup building in Next.js, and I've worked for a consulting agency building business workflows using Zapier and N8N. I've also freelanced in the past. Which allowed me to work directly with the people at N8N. For around 2 years. which allowed me to work directly with the people at NA10 for around 2 years. More recently, I've also I've also freelanced. Okay. Talk about Val at the end. Honestly, like maybe. Like more recently, I've been interested in building my very own open source project, and it's helped me learn a lot. I have also reached Ascendant in the game, in the FPS shooter game called Valorant. In my free time, I beat noobs in Val. I mean, honestly, that's a good one-liner. Zahib, is this for interview prep or portfolio website? This is for interview prep. So, you know, it's going to be pretty, said out. Alright, so I'm David Shah. I'm currently studying my master's in AI and I have a bachelor's in computer science. I've had experience at a startup building in Next.js, and I've worked for a consulting agency building business workflows using Zapier and NA10. I've also freelanced in the past doing a similar job, which allowed me to work directly with the people at NA10 for around 2 years. More recently, I've also been interested in building my very own open source project called Scheduler, which is helping me learn a lot more about web development. I've also reached Ascendant in the FPS shooter game called Valorant. GG. Okay, Henry, hello, welcome back. Yep, I'm still going strong. And Zahib, you got interview with which company? Amazon. Tell I live stream as well the YouTube stuff. What do you mean? I do not understand that. Oh, okay, I get what you mean. Except I probably don't want to say that, because I don't know how useful that really would be. And me actually saying this is like half a joke. I feel like I am speaking a little too much though. Like it's a little bit too much. Too many points of interest. Yeah. Amazon. Yeah. T, man. T. Oh, I mean Amazon. I mean intern. Sorry, Henry. Intern. Learn and build in public. The possibility. You know, I like to learn and share my knowledge to the public. So I have a YouTube channel as well. Honestly, like maybe, yeah, that's it. I mean, it's kind of all right. Yeah, like I could say that. Okay. But I want to take some stuff out, you know. I don't want to probably mention NA10 here with the freelance. More recently, I've been interested in building my very own open source project. I also learn and try to share my knowledge through my YouTube channel, through tutorials. Yeah, I mean, something like that. All right, I'll take it. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. All right, let's see. I also like to learn and share my knowledge on my YouTube channel. I think that's how I would say it. Okay. I think that's all right. So I'm David Chow. I'm currently studying my master's in AI and I have a bachelor's in computer science. I have had experience at a startup building in Next.js, and I have worked for a consulting agency building business workflows using Zapier and N8N. More recently, I've also been interested in building my very own open source project called Scheduler, which is helping me learn a lot more about web development. And I also like to learn and share my knowledge on my YouTube channel. Yeah, that's me. I also have reached Ascendant in Valorant. All right, maybe this is pretty good. All right, but let me dot point this now instead of having it just as a slab of text. Because when I'm reading this, I kind of have to know what to say. Okay, so I'm David. I currently study my master's in AI and I have a bachelor's in computer science. I've had experience at a startup building in Next.js. I've had experience at a startup building in Next.js, and I've worked for a consulting agency building business workflows using tools like Zapier and N8N. More recently, I have also been interested in building my very own open source project called Scheduler, which is helping me learn a lot more about web development. And during my learnings, I also like to share my knowledge onto my YouTube channel. And whenever I'm learning, so yeah, story bank is a great idea. I didn't come up with it, but yeah. Like I love to learn and build in public and share my knowledge with the tech community. Yeah, so something like that. See, right, so on my YouTube channel, Do I really think I need to put more there though? With other nerds. Yeah, honestly. With other nerds. That's actually alright. Should I? And whenever I'm learning, I also like to share my knowledge on my YouTube channel. With other nerds. Alright. Alright, with other nerds. Okay, yeah. Okay, so whenever I'm learning, I also like to share my knowledge on my YouTube channel with other nerds, and I also build. Oh man, I don't know how that can fit in, man. Build in public. I mean, you can kind of get build in public from having an open source project, right? That's alright, it's a hype. I appreciate it. Alright, and that's it, okay? I'm gonna actually end up saying this tomorrow if I mean not tomorrow, next Tuesday. If I'm just reading it word for word, so I gotta be careful a little bit. Alright, regardless, we're good there. Tell me about yourself. This is gonna be a difficult problem. So what are your strengths and weaknesses? Okay. Now, my strengths. It's gonna be hard to say, right? What do you think are my strengths? What do you think are my weaknesses? It's gonna be a bit hard to say anything specific. I think my strength is that I can plan well, but it's also a weakness of mine is perfectionism sometimes, and I've been dealing with that pretty well. But do I still need to think of a weakness that is bad right now? You know, that's something I still need to think about. What is a weakness that is bad right now? I am, okay, maybe like sometimes I fail to see the bigger picture of, is that really a weakness? Like what type of weakness are we talking? Chandra, you do Web3? No, I rarely do Web3 stuff. I'm not into crypto. Although, you know, there's some appeal, but yeah, I mean, yeah, when you hear Web3, you run. I mean, right now, I mean, considering the CoffeeZilla drama, that's been a while now, but still, the CoffeeZilla drama and Crypto Zoo and Logan Paul. Actually, I shouldn't mention any of their names. I don't want to get sued. Attention to detail can be a weakness and strength. I agree. But the thing is, I want to think of one that's like purely a weakness. That I haven't even resolved. But the thing is, like, I have tried to resolve all my weaknesses. Bro, do you learn from, what do you learn? What did you learn from doing AI in Masters? Well, you learn about autonomous agents, you learn about reinforcement learning, you learn about machine learning in general, you learn about well, cloud computing, that's actually one bit aside to AI, but cloud computing. Cryptography and security, that's also a bit aside, but that's what I'm learning. Computer vision, all right, now the reason I'm doing computer vision is kind of like a personal reason, which I won't mention that much, but think about like you have millions of books. I want to be able to scan them all, turn them into text, okay? But I want to build something myself to do all this, right? So computer vision. You should check out MLH Fellowship. I'll check it out. Give me a sec though. And Zahybe says, all theory, you build some practical stuff, or you build some practical stuff. I mean, there is, assignments, and they are practical in a sense, except, it's not something you would share publicly on, say, GitHub. Not necessarily, right? So not necessarily practical, a lot more theory, I would say. But I'm fine with that at my current stage. Next year, it should be easier in some sense. Okay. But MLH. Actually. That's not a bad idea, I will say. This is interesting, regardless. Do you know about Headstarter? Whoops. I'm guessing it's this one. I mean, at this point, this seems like a cult. What the heck? And why is this guy... I've seen this guy on YouTube videos. I mean, not YouTube, TikTok videos. TikTok clips or whatever. I mean, it could be alright, I would say MLH is slightly more appealing here. For me. I mean, this is still, pretty good. Yeah. I didn't know any of this, to be honest. All right. Okay, what are my strengths and weaknesses? And, I've been told that when you tell a weakness, you actually have to tell a weakness. And perhaps I've also been told that if you're telling a weakness, also think about, telling the ways that you are trying to improve yourself. So if that's the case, then maybe the candidates of weaknesses that I've thought about just before are okay. So perfectionism. There is sometimes, a lack of vision, right? Even in the near future, which can lead to overwhelm, which can lead me to be overwhelmed, right? So, the ways that I would tackle being overwhelmed is to use my calendar more often and always be reminded of this quote that I've heard, which was related to how when you're driving a vehicle, you're not just looking directly beneath your feet or directly below the road or directly at the nose of your car, but you're looking further down the road. And you know, that metaphor is basically telling me that, you know, when it comes to looking at your days, don't just look at your current day, but look at the days ahead, right? And that's the way I would handle that weakness. In terms of strengths, I would say, you know, I'm good at planning. That's my strength, which kind of ties well with the weakness. My strength is also that I don't get too bogged down in details that aren't important, right? Yeah, because if you get bogged down in details that aren't important, then you can't complete a problem. Okay, so let's say weakness. Oh no, I saw that, Chandra. Search Tala Warih. Okay. Do you know about Google Summer of Code? No. I've heard about it, I think, very vaguely, but whoops. Oh, okay. You also got an internship recently. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. Very nice. Seems like a good guy. We're just stalking some guy's profile, you know what I mean? Is that really necessary? Yeah, very, very generically good. Okay. Is this part of Headstarter AI? Is this the guy that I saw? No, it isn't. Okay, anyway. Wait, not this, the second one, not this. Why is it always the second one, bro? Oh, man. Isn't this the same guy? Or am I just being racist? I'm sorry. Hi, I'm a new viewer. Well, hello, Christopher Lee. And I'm wondering if you're preparing for Amazon interview or just prep for any interview. Both. You know, we're doing it for both. Anything that I do today is going to be helpful for not only this upcoming interview that I have with Amazon, but for any future interview. You get me? Okay. We're not just gonna... Okay. Man, I can't be fucked. I can't be fucked. That's alright, whatever. Whatever! Focus! Don't worry about it, it's a hype. Don't worry about it. I can't be fucked. I can't be fucked. I'll do it like tomorrow or something. Or maybe I won't. I don't want to join. Okay. I'm not going to be able to answer this question. Strengths, okay. Weaknesses, sometimes too perfectionist. Sometimes I don't see. Sometimes I lack the vision or the plan. Sometimes I lack the plan to finish an assignment. that sounds diabolical if in terms of if I'm telling this to an interviewer, like, okay, but you know, it's about also what you go and do about it, right? Sometimes I lack a plan to finish an assignment. What do you do about it? Well, you know, I am reminded of the fact that of this metaphor that if you look only at the feet of the road, you may crash, but instead you have to look way down the road to understand your surroundings and not risk a crash. This simple metaphor makes me think about how, you know, looking not only on a single day that I'm currently in, but also the days ahead of me, which will then ensure that I myself do not crash. Right, that's the metaphor. Okay. Strengths, you know, I think my strengths is also I'm good at giving myself a plan. Okay. So it's a bit of a I'm good at giving myself a plan. Sometimes I falter in giving myself a plan, right? That's the strength and the weakness. All right, so I think that's enough about this for now. Now it's gonna help for real. Okay, I'll mention it here, or I'll just wait for you to mention it, Zahib. In the meantime, let me have a look at some of these. So, look, I wanted to write some stories. I did. I now need to watch policy gradients. And then possibly do a question for CS, cryptography and security. Except, right, that, you know, maybe I won't finish this lecture because it's 8 o'clock now. I haven't had dinner yet. But, so I will move this, say, to tomorrow. And, you know, this is me trying to prepare the days ahead of me, right? So this is something that I think is my strength as well, you know, that I am able to plan. Oh yeah, sometimes I overthink, I am overwhelmed too easily, you know, and with that comes with the coping mechanisms of planning. You know, maybe something like that. It's a high, bruh. Alright, we'll consider it. We'll consider it. Alright. Let me just finish writing up my plan here for a bit. So, sure, this might have to come down further again. You know, I keep on pushing this back. However, lecture, say I do this lecture only after I finish these questions, or try and finish them as much as I can. Maybe move this there, that's fine. Centerlink problem is another thing. Oh, I'm also prepping for an Amazon interview coming later this month. I'm very nervous and your content is helping me immensely. Do you have any prep tips or top 5 things to prep for? I've been looking at prep material and saw your live. I see. For sure. I mean, I'll tell you something, right? There is this one video that I would recommend you watch, and the information that they provide is like way beyond any information that I could ever provide, right? So it's literally one video, 18 minutes. Go watch it. It's called, actually I have a link to it. I'll share it. Let's see, where is it? Okay, this is it. Okay. So go watch this guy's video, Trevor Spires' video, on Amazon interview strategy, crush the loop. Alright, so you can search this up. And this is a really good overview. And this is basically what has got me to start building this story bank. Alright, so I think you should be fine. You also might hear my parents speaking. My dad does yell when he speaks over the phone, because boomer things. But yes. No worries, Christopher. Chris. You know, I hope I can get in, but also I'm not expecting to get in as well. Given the amount of preparation I've done, you know, I feel like I could be doing more as well. And that's a bit of a resentment thing that I'm feeling at the moment. But you, Christopher, you have all the time in the world in a month, right? So, oh wait, later this month. But still, that's more time than me having 3 days, 4 days before. Or basically just the weekend, right? So, good luck to you, Chris. You have my support. You have my hand on your back. Bro, is your internship required for your university to complete the degree? No, it's not. But you know, I want to, because job prospects. Thank you, Chris. All right. Okay. Look, just because you've been asking so much, Sahib, we'll go back to it. Oh wait, let me go to his actual yeah. I gotta eat soon. He is the same guy. So okay, the thing you said is his YouTube is not here. I don't see a YouTube. Do log in on other screen. Yeah, go up and check this second thing. Okay, yeah. Oh. Okay, I see. Right, okay, sure. I get it. Oh yeah. Not bad. Oh man, day 1 of trying to get a software engineering internship. Day 9. I'm gonna say that he succeeded at day 9, right? Like that's what's happened. Oh, okay. Day 33. So he got in day 33. I'm just gonna assume. Hey, respect the hustle. Respect the hustle. Oh, I see, Zahib. Of course you were. Of course. Alright. Well, perhaps, you know, I will connect with him and just tell him, hello, Taha, Zahib. Recommended me your channel. Keep it up. Peace. Alright. Just send him a little thingy. Alright. Alright. Time to sit. Okay. Plan. So today, I can get to watch policy gradients. I can perhaps try to do one CS problem. Cryptography and security, that is. So oh, you're also trying to get into Chip in Fang as well, but got one in Nuru. Is that somewhere in India? I'm just saying like I'm almost being racist. I'm sorry. I don't think that's right. I said something wrong. I don't even know where it is. I was probably just borderline racist just now. Oh, I see. So this is, wait, is this, okay. I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Right. It's a company. It's a company. Right? Okay. I'm gonna now watch, do some assignments, but let me just read some of these chats that I've been missing here. So I mean, in the end, it was just asking ChatGPT to create models because I really wanted to see what we can expect. Ah, I see. But that's good to know. That ChatGPT doesn't work. Lamau. I will probably be looking at this very soon. I've finished my assignment 3 now, finally. I always leave it to the last minute, but I don't want to tell that to my team member, right? But it's not necessarily me leaving it to the last minute, you know, it's just, you know, there's other priorities. So, okay, I probably not made no difference. Also, how are you doing the simulate play? Oh, fuck. I should have said something earlier. Alright, give me a okay. Are you participating in Hacktoberfest? No, because I don't know anything about it. I've heard of it. I haven't done anything with it. Oktoberfest, is that not already October? And also, Christopher Lee, again, wish you the best in your interview and thanks for the video. I'm gonna head to bed. Also have a request to connect on LinkedIn. Okay, all good. I'll see you in a bit, Christopher Lee. Okay. Are you doing simulate play? What's your heuristic to find promising states in your individual implementation? I may use for the group submission. I want to try something. We passed 7 out of 10, right? Oh yeah, that's more than good enough. Thanks, I think that's the best I can do. I didn't. That's so funny, man. Yeah, you just have to submit full pull requests for Hacktober tag. The problem is it's hard to find any repos. Does it have to be any specific repos? Because if I were to suggest, not to say like, you know, I have a bias, but I have a open source repo that could have some people. Any repo? Okay. If that's the case, well, if you're looking for something, does it have to be of different repos? Or can it be of the same repo? I'm guessing different repos, so. You can consider you know, good first issues like these that I have as well. There's an ongoing issue here, except we haven't had that touched in a while. So pick it up by all means if you want to do something like this, you know, feel free. Oh, you just got to make it to 4 merged PRs. Yeah, fair. All right, let me check this out. Thanks. Okay, all good. Zahib, and you know the main reason Talha got internship so fast in like 35 days, well, that's his full-time remote job through networking. Yeah. Yeah, well, networking is a good thing, right? So my thinking is networking is, yeah, very good. My internship, the thing is I do have an internship as well, but it's uni sourced and it's unpaid. So I'm not going to like that. That's why I'm looking for something better. And yeah, there's probably no prospect for a return offer, I think, for that specific internship. Uni sourced. I still had to do like a full interview and everything, but it was just way too easy to get in. So I'm not even mentioning it. Yeah, I'm paid, man. Regardless, I am going to have dinner now. So I'll leave this as is and I'll come back possibly for a little bit more time. But I mean, the day's pretty run down already. I think I've done more than I expected. Man, I gave my LinkedIn internship HackerRank test. We had one 2D dynamic programming problem and one maths question in 1 hour. Okay, so you're telling me LinkedIn is that difficult? Well, I mean, LinkedIn is something else, I guess. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. I'll have some dinner now. Gonna just put on some lo-fi music. Check out the dish for those who are still here. Broccoli, chicken, carrots, and rice underneath, but it's quite a lot. My daily dinner, with just living with dad at the moment, it's pretty consistent in the sense we eat the same things every day. So, pretty cool. I like this. And I cannot be more grateful for my father. Additionally, I'm going to watch Attack on Titan now, so I'll let whoever's still on stream focus. Alright, alright. I am back. So, with 3 minutes before 9, the problem relies on whether I can do anything right now. You know, do I want to sleep? You know, perhaps. Do I understand this now? Close this. Let's see. Policy gradients. I need to write some more stories tomorrow. Ideally 3 before continuing on with those questions. And the plan is, because I only have 5 days, a day per question is ideal. Okay. If that's the case, then I'll move this to tomorrow as well. And as a result of moving all of those to tomorrow, I should, you know, write some stories in the start of the day and write some stories at the end of the day. Okay, and let me turn it all to dark mode now because it's nighttime.
今天晚上吃饭吃晚了。